Sorry for taking so long on it. I didn't mean to take that long. I meant to start exactly 12 because I was getting everything kind of together. Actually, let's see something here. Am I centered? I guess I'm okay. Anyways, yeah, so actually let's see if I can hear myself. Why do I buzz though? I don't get that. I can limit the volume, but it still buzzes for some weird reason. I don't really get that. Okay, well, whatever. Um, so yeah, I meant to start at 12. Actually, Dad took his nap early, and so I was gonna start early, but I had to use the bathroom, and then I was gonna go ahead and like turn this on at 11, but it was already past 11, and then so I decided to start at 11, start the actual stream at 11:30, and I was gonna get on here at 12, but then I started looking around, and when I start looking around at stuff, GameDev.tv's Discord server doesn't allow you to post links to your streams, except there's Project Showcase, which is basically what this is. I'm showing off my project here, essentially, in the streams, and it's set up like it's like a message thread thing. It's not like a chat, so I don't think I'll get in trouble by posting my dev streams into there. In fact, GameDev.net's Discord has a has a form specifically for projects or devlogs or whatever, where you start a thread and then you keep posting to the thread. That's what I've been doing in there. In all of the discords I go in, um, I just paste it in, just the ones that allow me to. React to. Okay, I actually got a reaction from my. I guess I got a reaction from my. Yeah, cool. So yeah, good, good. Uh, is this person going by the name of sorry I didn't get back to you. Yeah, the way you've done it is great. Thanks. Well, I don't know if he's watching, but thanks, BIM Bim. I don't know how you pronounce that or if you say it. So, your name, do you pronounce it a certain way? Oh, okay. Actually, thanks. 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 Um, do you pronounce your name like it's spelled, or are they three letters? How do you pronounce your username? By the way, uh, a username is pronounced. uh, that's good. Rhymes with tough or or stuff. But my real name is Keith, so that's cool too. Uh, Sometimes people use initials, although the way you capitalized it seems like it's pronounced like it shows. I usually just need a pronounce. pronunciation. It's a pronunciation. Oh, capitalized suggestions. No, where's it? Oh, there we go. Capitalized. It's probably pronounce, not pronounce. Though pronounce is the word. Uh, for my head, for my brain. Sorry, I'm talking in. I'll get to the thing in a second here. Yeah. I usually just need a pronunciation for my beam. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I wasn't sure though, but um, uh, also I'm streaming right now, so I may say a name incorrectly, and when someone finds out later, it's like, no, it's like this. Anyways, anyways, that's not important. That's not important. Let's here, let's get back. Let's get to my thing here. Now I got these pages. There's like 62 pages, and I guess I'm gonna have to go through this again. I know if there's any of you that have already seen this, already seen what's in this, my plat outline basically. Um, Red Otter. Okay. Hey, Red Otter. Um, yeah. Yeah, Red Otter, you probably haven't been here a while. So basically, I have my whole plot outline done, and then I reorganize these into. I basically just group these. I didn't actually like change anything, but I group these into what I'll actually put on like a single page. Although there's a few that are single lines, and I'll have to see if any of these need splitting up, or if I need to reorganize any of these pages. It's 62 pages. That means it's 62 scenes I'm gonna have to put in my Redot uh, my Redot app program, whatever you want to call it. And so that's going to be a lot of scenes. Now, just through YouTube, uh, I was only stating it uh, to explain why I want to know proper pronunciation. Is actually, you say pronounce OUNCE, but when you spell like pronunciation, it's PRONUN, which is kind of weird, but whatever. English is weird sometimes. Why To explain why I want to know proper pronunciation for someone's username. Um, so I don't really know about using Discord to stream, and does it even stream video? I mean, I know you can link videos directly, but I didn't know. Uh, I know stream. I don't really know about using Discord to stream. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so anyways, okay. So this means I'm probably gonna have to repeat these lines, which if you've ever seen me before, if you ever watched these streams before, I've read these over and over and over again, just because I have to go through and do stuff, and so you might already know all this stuff, but I'm probably gonna read some of this out loud, and even if you have heard it again, because I need to be able to go through it to be able to see if I need to change some things around. So what I guess what I'm going to be looking for is I'm going to be looking for if there are like maybe too many lines in there that could be doing two different pages. Most notably, be these should work around scene changes. In other words, I change a page, or essentially I change a scene with each page. So if there's two scenes in one, or two location changes or scene changes in a page, then it's probably better I split it up. If it's a one line, I'll have to look and see if it's not better served by placing it next to some other line, or just leaving it. There might be some that are just single lines that I need to do. So, anywho, all right, let's get this started. Okay, so in Channel magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including both citizens and tourists. The wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hebert, after noticing he was acting strangely, prepares to get help. And then, so that's basically like if I was doing, if this is already the end result. The name Upgood makes me think a bit about Willow from. uh, don't connect me to the Disney Plus series, but Upgood is indeed from Willow, the movie from 1988. Where it actually his last name, but I put a silent H in there for no good reason at all. I just thought it was supposed to be there. So his name, Willow Upgood. And they do say it a couple of times in the movie. So I still kept it because it makes it unique and obscure, so no one will take it. Okay, just explaining my username, my screen name, my nickname. Too woke for me, but I'm sure you don't want to discuss that. Anyways, I'm still keeping the name. I haven't actually watched the Willow series from Disney Plus, and I won't because of the crap they put in it. But I also am not going to change my screen name. It's been my name for many years now. So you're talking, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, maybe before Disney Plus ever came out. Yeah. Yeah, and the reason partly I'm not talking about it is because I'm not going to get into what makes it woke. I mean, if you know, you know. If you don't, um, I don't care. Maybe you shouldn't watch it, but you know. Anyways, yeah. Um, well, he was great though. So okay, so let's see. All right, so this is like what you'd see in the opening cutscene, or what you will see in the opening cutscene when I actually get to actually adding animations and cutscenes and whatever. Because if you don't know, I'm doing this in phases. So this is my choose your own adventure phase, where I do it in choose your own adventure form, but then I start adding stuff, and I actually have the phases posted somewhere. Let's see if I can pull it up here. In paste bin here. Um, it's the timeline, the roadmap, the newest roadmap, I think. Yeah, Zeta here. So I'm not gonna make a cameo. Yeah. Okay, so basic. Okay, so here's the deal. Basic choose your own style choose your own adventure style game. That's the first phase. Second phase is a independent navigation system. So basically, when you make choices, or you'd be like, to the west is to the west is saloon, to the east is to the north of town is a church, and to the east is a general store, right? And but then uh, you'll have like 1 through 9 choices. You have 1 through 3. So hit 1 to go to the church, hit 2 to go to the general store, hit 3 to go to the saloon. And but then later on, I'm going to say north. We'll say north, east, and west. So it'll be independent. You'll be able to press probably just ASD and W and X to for the cardinal directions. Not necessarily the arrows, although it could do it via arrow. Um, and I could do the QWE ASD ZXC as doing like all 8 cardinal directions. S not being a direction, but you get the idea. So they'll actually be separate controls, so that your choices are only choices like what happens in the scene. You know, uh, you go, you know, you go west. So you hit the A key and it goes west, or the left key, whatever, and it goes west, and it says now you're standing in front of the saloon. Uh, there's a couple of old timers outside chatting and whittling on something, and you can hear the sounds of piano music coming from within, and some raucous laughter, or whatever, And you know, do you want to, do you want to enter the saloon, or or talk to the old timers, enter the saloon, and then instead of a choice of going back, you would hit the D key to go east, right? You know, so like, okay, so they could be at the saloon, and of course you have the thing of whether you are going in the direction you're facing. So if you're facing the saloon, you might go east to the saloon, but once you're in front of the saloon, it says you're in front of the saloon. Uh, do you want to enter the saloon? Do you want to uh, go back? Well, it would ask if you want to go back to the way you came. But it would be like, exits, exit to the south, right? Exit to the east, west, and south. But honestly, that might be a little. I didn't think about it. That might be a little bit confusing. So, like, if I go east, you'd expect to go west to go back out to the street, but you're facing west. So then what you'd be doing is you'd be going south, right? And, or if I just let it be a choice, that it would be um, go back the way you came. So that would actually be that wouldn't be a navigation thing. So yeah, I'm not sure if I thought that through or not. I was just thinking what I was thinking is eventually you'll be clicking on places and your character is going to be walking across the screen to wherever you clicked. And so I wanted to kind of decouple the directions from the actual choices you make, because you're going to be doing something in your room, you're going to be interacting with stuff, you'll be clicking on stuff. That's an interesting thought, though. I didn't I didn't think about that. And honestly, I could do a thing where I do both. Is go back to the way you came as a choice, but then also you could actually hit south. I mean, you'd have to know what south is though, because you're facing the saloon. To the south is the street, right? To the south is the street. Uh, there's some old timers, sitting in front of the, sitting to your right, or sitting to the left of the saloon doors. You hear raucous laughter and conversation, um, and a piano playing from within, and like it's like, what would you like to do? Enter, and you could go north to actually enter the saloon. You don't actually have to use that as a deal. I figured that the next phase would be to make that navigation system separate, so everything you do within the scene is just what you do within the scene, but you navigate separately. So I guess a good example is okay. So now you're facing the saloon. You're facing the saloon. To the north is the door to the saloon. Um, South is back towards the street. Um, and then there's some old codgers sitting in front of to the left of the door, or to the right of the door. It doesn't really matter. To the left of the door, uh, whittling and chatting away. Do you want to talk to old codgers? Do you want to talk to old codgers? And then maybe I wouldn't have a thing for going into the saloon, because that's a directional control. So that would be, you just hit north to go into the saloon. Yeah, I mean, I still have to think about that a little bit. Open door could also be maybe it's not a direction. Maybe the north is the saloon doors, and then the old codger's sitting there, and so the two choices are talk to the old codgers or enter the saloon. You know, and then exit to the south. It goes back to the street, right? I mean, that's how you would do it. Anyways, sorry for going off on a tangent. I still have I guess, a problem talking. I use a lot of ums. I seem to stutter a lot, and it's kind of weird because when I first started doing this, I didn't have any problem at all. But now I seem to do it all the time for some weird reason. Like, I can't talk now, and it's not because of a nervousness thing or anything like that. But I don't know what it is actually. Maybe it's my lack of sleep, because sometimes I've been having a lack of sleep lately, and so not much sleep means I probably don't talk as good as well as I should. But anywho, um, let's get back to the thing here. Okay, okay. So I'll briefly say this if there's anybody listening or watching. So the Choose Your Own Adventure style game, the separate navigation system to where now your choices are only going to be representative of what's going on in the scene in on the current page or in the current scene or room. The three is the multiple player characters because I have several characters that you're going to be playing, and you might want to uh, switch between them, and yeah, okay. And then there's this other thing too. Like, I'm still planning on doing the multiple characters, um, but uh, I don't know. I guess I'll need to find a way of refiguring some of the way I handle the characters because I could do the thing of where it automatically switches off itself. So essentially, you're still playing one player character at a time. The other thing is to do it like Day of the Tentacle style, where you switch off in between each deals. But um, usually they all have their own stuff to do. That's kind of why I made like these plots and subplots. But a lot of stuff is going to rely on other stuff. For instance, anything that the princess does, um, anything the princess does is going to have to be after she escapes, or not after she escapes, but after she's rescued. Because she's actually rescued. She escapes once, but then they actually use shackles and chains instead of ropes to hold her, and she finds valuable information. And then the so that part of the game can't go um, until you rescue her, basically. So anyways, okay, so multiple player characters. In fact, I was originally going to let you play the villains. Now, the villains kind of imply that maybe the villains could win, and the only reason I've been iffy on this, and I'm still iffy because I'm not sure if I still don't want to do it, is because ultimately the villains don't win. The heroes win ultimately, good versus evil. That's just, that's the way I roll. I'm just making a joke, but that's just how the game's gonna go. It's just kind of like the fact that it's an adventure game and there is a linear narrative to it. That doesn't mean it can't have non-linear parts to it because adventure game is story-based game. Story-based game is often has linear. You can put linear stuff in it, non-linear stuff in it. Uh, a good example of this is Monkey Island 2. Monkey Island 2, you can go to like the three different islands, and so if you get stuck somewhere one place, you can go to another place, and that makes it less linear, but the story is still linear because certain events have to happen in a certain order, right? So I want to do this thing where you played the multiple characters, and then I wanted you to play the villains because I was thinking it's like if you're reading a book or a novel or even a series of books, and you see the bad guy having his plans because just like the good guy does. Sometimes in movies and TV shows and even in books, you don't see much of the villains or the I should say the antagonist, right? It doesn't have to be a villain per se, but you don't see the antagonist as much. You mostly stay with the protagonist, the main character, the point of view character, whatever. And they only show the villain or the antagonist like at certain points. But here I was gonna go, okay, so I want to do the deal where you play the bad guys and you get to see everything that they're doing, all the machinations and all the different things that happen. So um, there, hey, there's an interesting thing here too. Let's go back to my game here, and we got red, we got Max. Let's see here. I never even thought about this because I was just writing it sort of just like the story. you know. Uh, Max pulls Scarlet Clover Red out of hiding and asks her to go and conscript the werewolves into his service. Red tells the werewolves led by Rottweiler that they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Now, I didn't even think about this. I was thinking about you're going to be playing a choose your own adventure, and for instance, say these two lines are on this one page, right? Um, you if you're playing the protagonist or the protagonists, as the case may be, as the case actually is, I should say. Um, how's I going to say this? This is being shown here as if this is going to be part of the gameplay, because this is going to be a page that's displayed. It's going to display what they do. But then when you click on it, you're not going to have any choice unless you're actually playing the villains. So, you know, you might have to end up playing the villains. I never even thought about this before. So, but instead of just going ahead and um, trying to work on the story somewhere, I know I've worked on the story a whole lot, and if I just do it anymore, I won't be. I'll be making progress for sure, and I can do that for myself. But to actually show things are getting done, show something is getting made, I'm gonna have to still turn these into pages. So that's a one aspect I didn't even think about. You know, because I was still on the fence about whether I was going to allow you to play the villains. Now, if you play the villain, then there is going to be, yeah, that's interesting. Also, if you play the villains, it's going to be a lot more work because I'm going to have to put a lot more pages in there. That's a thought. The one thing that I could do is I could make sure that the villain deals are I'm gonna make sure that the villain deals are on a page where the heroes are being used, and then that way that's like flashing back or like a cutscene where you show what the villain is doing. I could do it that ways. I'm not sure now. It involves a lot more work. I'm not afraid of doing the work. It just means it's gonna take longer. But at the same time, I want to get something started today. Let's think about this for a second. I wonder if I should just go for it and allow you to play the villains like you play the heroes. Now, the way this is set up, it's more like a mystery. At least it's a mystery to our heroes because uh, they're setting things up and getting ready to start building this machine. They're kidnapping citizens, so there might be scenes involving them where you're actually doing the work. So you're solving a certain puzzle to get to the next thing, whatever that is. Let's think about this for a second. If I have to think about what kind of puzzles, like the choose your own adventure part is not that hard, but if I'm thinking of what the villain will do, let me think. I'm if I'm trying to think of what the villain will do. Let's see. Let's go to Zanzibar here. Wait. See, Zanzibar put some of the tax money he's collected into his own pocket. Max finds out that Zanzibar is stealing from the taxes, but doesn't know where Zanzibar hides it yet. Okay, so that could potentially be a thing where Max is trying to find uh, Zanzibar's money, its hiding place. And Zanzibar has a hiding place he's going to put his money. So the one side of me says do it, it'll just be much more awesome if you include all of that, because then it's just you'll have more a more well-roundedness to the game. I don't know if you experienced this, but you read okay, so you read a book that's long, or you read a series, and you get into the characters, and you kind of get into their heads because they can show their thoughts and stuff in the text. Um, but when you watch a movie, they have to kind of gloss over their intentions, their thoughts, and stuff. You can't really show it. You have to show it through their actions. You know, if they're scared, you have to show them being scared. You can't say that they have a paralyzing fear and they don't know what to do. You have to show that, right? But when they do miniseries of books, you can show a little bit more of that. You have little bit more going on. You got a little bit more room to do extra stuff. Granted, you're still doing a visual medium with a miniseries, so you're not exactly not showing it, but you're able to show a lot more. And so when you watch a miniseries, it's more closer to reading a book than it is to watching a movie, right? Because you have this extra stuff that they do because they expand it out. And so this is the way I was thinking of it. When you play the game, you're gonna get a more full picture if you get to um, use the villains. If you get to do the villains, and they switch to the villains. Um, so do I just make the leap and say, screw it? Who cares if nobody would ever think that it would work, and just do it anyways? Either or, you're not really going to affect the outcome of the story, because I'm still trying to tell you a story. It's still a linear story. It just means that you're going to be playing it, and you're going to be able to, in between plot points, in between story beats, you're going to be able to do the puzzles and things in any order you choose. I mean, other than the ones that actually rely on something else, that rely on a specific order, right? But it also means that I need a lot more text, a lot more pages, a lot more lines in here to um, to actually facilitate you being able to play the villains, as the case may be. Um, so do I just jump in and say, screw it, I'm going to do it this ways, and it's just going to take that much longer and not worry about it? Or am I going to instead say, no, these are essentially like cutscenes, and what I'm going to do is the at the end of the pages with the heroes, I'm going to put the villain's description on it, so that it writes it as a text. So you know, and it might be first. It might be what you see first, right? Um, let's see if I can come up with a. And I know I haven't got that much done yet, even sitting here, but for 40 minutes or whatever it is. But let's see if we can kind of do that in such a way. Um, we're going to do these two, 12 and 13, because 12 is dealing with Zanzibar and Max, and 13 deals with Chester, and Chester is a good guy. And of course, Zanzibar and Max are villains. Okay? Zanzibar does some more shows, one with Max attending, manages to steal from Max without his notice. Max later finds his money gone and then confronts Zanzibar and makes a deal with him. Max helps Zanzibar with larger productions in exchange for doing some tax collection for Max. Now, I might put this in a single paragraph or a couple of paragraphs describing this scene. Then we switch to Chester. Chester manages to catch up to a few of his friends to try to break them from the enchantment. He tries to give them shiny gifts and then breathe fire on them, but neither of which works. Desperate, Chester flies to Nestor's cave, where Nestor's about ready to beat up on Chester when he speaks. Nestor tells Chester that Crooktooth has enchanted the dragons and made them hostile, basically. So, what we have here is I could put these both on the single page. You are um, you are playing Chester. You're not playing Zanzibar or Max. This is just going to show this as a statement, and then that. And if I can do it that ways, then I can kind of avoid doing anything with the villains other than what it shows here. And actually, that also means there's going to be less pages because I'm going to be starting with something that's going on, and then I'm going to be switching. Now, if I switch locations for the heroes, then the villains won't be there. But some of the villain stuff um, is probably going to be showed in a page, right? Hmm. Yeah, that's a choice. I mean, I wish somebody could help me out um, because I am not really sure where to go. Honestly, most people would tell you go for simplest, and you kind of focus on that. In other words, I shouldn't even have these as player characters. It should just be John, who's my main character, my point of view character, and then the rest should be non-player characters. And if I just did it like that, it's like more like a traditional adventure. Um, so I mean, I could do that, but yeah, I'm not really sure here. And it looks like I'm the only one viewing, unless this one is not me, which is possible. And here, well, it says two watching, so maybe in the YouTube one's watching. Maybe Red Arter's still here. Okay. Let's go ahead. I've been using like Grok and I've been using ChatGPT. We'll go ahead and maybe I'll use ChatGPT this time. Uh, I've already been talking to ChatGPT in a discussion here. Um, I wonder if I should continue with this one or go to my adventure game uh, evolution uh, conversation. Maybe I'll just do this here. Let's let me do something first. Let me customize. Not customize, is it? No, not customize. What is it? Settings. It's settings, I guess. Personalization. My memory is full. Manage memories. Missing vacation princesses. Um, Before Princess Karen, since the windows are shit. Um, I don't know if I should remove any of this at all. Let's see. Adventure game include multiple player characters. Princess Karen's royalty kidnapped. Has half of his magic. Uh, um, has no unicorns. She used to have a unipony as a child. I was gonna do that, um, where she had a unicorn pony as a child, so she has a special connection to the dealies. And I guess I decided to take that out. It'd probably still be a good thing to do, but um, I'm opting to do something like cute or heartwarming for something that I think is kind of funny. Since this is a comedy anyway, so anyways, okay. Take that, forget that. Black Knight is a fearsome warrior and antagonist. Okay. It's a proud knight. Uh okay. Phases, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's not important. The reason the princes are being held out. Most of the princes were actually tourists. That's fine. Just forget that. He's using fairy god college to train. Okay, the vampire princess. Okay, the count subplot, that's fine. Princess Karen subplot, inside Princess Prep. Okay, that's not really important. Karen, let's see, the count will attempt to infiltrate. Okay, we can forget that too. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Um, there isn't much to the memory thing here, really, but that's okay. Okay. So, so remember when, and this is based on the memory, as the adventure game evolution uh, conversation was actually has to do with my whole story, and it's got a lot of stuff, other stuff in it. I mean, I could go back to it. Here, let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to that because see, look how long it's taking. Okay, and it's gonna be hard. Oh god, fans. Okay, so so I've run into a little snag. I was looking at my plot outline, and I have several uh, story beats that um, display what the villains are doing. I batched up plot points into separate pages based on characters with those events and location changes. So the snag is some of these pages are just what the villains do. And I had not decided whether or not you could play the villains. Let's see what it says when I do that. Um, and it goes really slow uh, on this conversation because it's a huge, long conversation. And even though they don't say it and they try to act like it's not the case, uh, it actually has to search through the whole conversation. So as long as it is, it's got to spend that time doing that. Now, computers can do this stuff fairly easily and quickly. In fact, maybe the paid one you'd be able to do it pretty easy. But this is the free. This is the free account, and so I might not get as much processing time. So I have to sit here and wait, or do a new conversation, which kind of sucks. Interesting dilemma. Since you originally considered both hero and villain, see what I mean? So I have to sit here and wait until it actually pops something up. So I'm gonna, um, I guess I'll wait until it finishes. um, Interesting. Since you originally considered both hero and villain perspective, this decision affects how the player experiences the story. Would playing as the villains add to gameplay experience? If yes, it could provide depth, letting the player influence villain choices or just experience their side. If no, you might show the villain cutscenes or imply events through hero interactions. Do villains make active gameplay choices, or are they just plot drivers? If they make important decisions, they might need playable segments. If they just push the heroes forward, cutscenes might be better. With shifting the villain gameplay disrupt their player immersion. Some players games do it well, playing as Bowser in Paper Mario, but it depends on your game's tone and flow. Possible approaches: make villains playable. Let players control the specific sections. Scheming as Violet, fighting for leadership as Kurt. Could be fun, but adds complexity. Use cutscenes instead. Show villains plotting between hero segments. Right. Keeps gameplay focus. but loses villain interactivity. Hybrid approach. Villains are partially playable like interactive sequences where they plan traps, manipulate events, or react to hero actions. What's your gut feeling? Do you want players to step in the villain's shoes, or should the focus stay on the heroes? This is what I'm trying to decide, because originally I wanted to use that to add depth to the story. You wouldn't be able to uh, ultimately affect the outcome, but you could solve puzzles um, that drives the plot forward. Let me see. Let's see. The reason it's a problem right now is because in the CYOA style game I'm going for in phase 1, there are no cut scenes as such. I have to display, and I guess I could let you just simply continue after reading the page, after reading a page of villainous actions, or I could simply put the villain's perspective in the text above the hero's perspective, because then you're making choices for the heroes. So it would still be kind of like a cut scene. I am actually trying to figure that out. So maybe this will give me some ideas. Maybe it'll help me, pull it down or whatever. So we'll see. See, it's much longer. Why? Because I've had this conversation for like days and days and days. And that makes sense. Since phase 1 is a choose your own adventure style, I guess I still have to wait. So I only have, looks like, one person watching me anyway, so hopefully you don't mind. Or probably just listening. You're probably just listening, more than likely. But that's kind of okay. I guess the important thing is I got to make sure that I do make some forward motion, some progress. And not just like deciding things. So by day's end, I'm either going to decide to put the villain text at the top and just go with what I got. I could make that into a different face, though. Like I could still make the villains playable. Maybe I should still think about it, but only put it in the future and just do it right now as though I weren't allowing you to do that. And maybe decide by the time I get to the multiple player character thing. That might be a good idea. Um, Villain scenes need to be readable, not cinematic. So the question is, do you separate villain scenes of their own pages, requiring the player to continue? Keeps the villain segments distinct and gives them their own narrative weight. However, if the player has no choices, it might feel passive. Do you integrate villain perspective with the hero's text? This keeps everything in one continuous flow. One might feel like reading a book rather than playing, but it works well for story-heavy choose your own adventure format. do you make villains playable for their segments? This would allow for decisions within villain sections, such as how Violent manipulates Kurt, how Kurt deals with the werewolves. As the interactivity event makes things more complex for Phase 1. Since Phase 1 is text-focused, I would suggest keeping the villain scenes as separate pages where the player could continue. This makes it feel like cutscenes in a book, which is natural in a choose-your-own adventure format. Later, when you move to the interactive phase, you can revisit villain playability. Would that work for now? That's a thought. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I mean, this it was one of the three choices that I came up with. I came up with either doing it as a separate page where you hit continue. So it's not like it came up with a dealie, but it's suggesting that I do that. And I'm also doing a thing where I'm thinking about um, that might actually work because I'm thinking even if I decide I want to let the player make villain choices, that might should be uh, its own phase. I'm not putting that in the roadmap just yet because I haven't decided just yet. But phase 3 involves multiple player characters. But phase 3 involves multiple player characters. So maybe I should decide after phase 2, but for phase 3 to decide if I want to integrate the villains into the multiple player character phase. And it also keeps it separate because then I can expand it individually like that. In fact, I'll be able to see it better because they'll each have their own separate pages. So whenever you see a villain page, you'll just have like a continue, and then it'll go back to the heroes. And then later, when I wanted to insert the villains, I can kind of focus on that a little bit. Memory updated. It's taking way long. I could stop. You know, either I have to subscribe. My chair, yeah, my chair fell down. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Okay. Alrighty. Sounds like it's not bad. Keep the villain segments as separate pages for now. Let you focus on the main story without overcomplicating phase 1. Then after phase 2, you can decide whether integrating villain gameplay in phase 3 makes sense. Let me know if you're ready to break down more details or need help outlining villain segments. I already have a full plot outline. I was wondering if this would trigger it, but it won't trigger it. So I can, in fact, I can paste it in here. I can paste it in here so you get an idea. These are grouped pages based on what characters are involved and whether there's a scene change or not. I'll have to wait till it answers that. Here, let's do that. And hopefully it's not too big. It's probably using the whatever 4.0, the free version of the full deal here. And then it can give me some. That's a solid plot, detailed plot outline. Yeah, and actually I do have some things I kind of left out, which I might have to add here in the future. But I'll probably be modifying the actual pages, so when it comes to it, I'll actually be adding more into the actual pages rather than into the plot outline. So I'll wait till this thing hurries up and finishes outputting, and then we'll decide to go on the next thing. Which is my original idea. My original thought is, do I regroup any of these things? I don't have to do that with the villains, per se, but maybe. I probably still have to give them separate pages, like for location changes, and not just put them all on a single page. Solid detailed plot outline that gives a great sense of how events unfold. The way you've structured it by character groups and scenes makes it clear and easy to follow. Multiple character arcs. Each player character has a full storyline that ties in an overarching narrative. Sure. Strong progression moves logically from mystery and set up conflicts and betrayals, gathering allies, final battle. Villain perspective. You got quite a few villain-focused segments that show their scheming, which is useful for world-building tension. Yeah, and I actually have, since I have their subplots in here, yeah. Questions and possible adjustments for Phase 1. There are a few things to consider. Villain sections. Since the player doesn't control villains, Phase 1, how do you want to present these sections? You can have cutscene style pages where the player just clicks continue to read villain activity. That's what I just asked you. That's what I just suggested. From the player, reveal things only through clues. The heroes find choice, density. Some sections seem very linear, while others naturally branch. Would you want to add more choices in certain areas? Handling multiple player characters. Switch perspectives manually. Choose who to follow next, or do you want to fix perspective that shifts naturally? No need to change it right now. So, based on your suggestion, I will do the cutscene style page for the villains. I mostly wrote this linearly like a book, so the initial construction will be going from page to page like a book. Where one of the choices, where the first choice is actually like a book. The first choice, when I expand choices, each page link will essentially be option 1. Let's say choice 1 will be choice 1. And then I'll add branching to it. I will decide what is more linear and what isn't. I will decide about how to branch the pages later after I've gotten them in there. After I've created them. Created them. Oh. I guess it won't let me actually type anything in there even while it's given an answer. As for the multiple player characters, they'll be introduced in phase 3. I just need to wait. See how long it's got to wait? It's because of how long my actual conversation here is. Convert the outline into individual changes. Start by breaking it up. Well, that is what I have. Well, yeah, in the game engine, right? Each section becomes a single scene or page. That's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. Villain scenes become cut style scene pages, allowing players to simply continue the next part. Basic linear progression for each non-choice page should automatically lead to the next page like a book. Every decision point should link to at least one page. Branching comes later after the base narrative is implemented. You can go back and add meaningful branching where it makes sense. Do you want to start setting up phase 1's pages now, or do you want to focus on something else first? I'll just go ahead and enter this in anyways. Let it respond first. I guess that's kind of the nice thing about it not being human is like you can't really make it mad exactly. At least not right now. So let's see. Sounds like a solid approach. Getting the pages in place first. Okay, thank you. Pardon me. Excuse me. All right. What time is it? It's only 1:20. Okay. Alrighty. I know this is slowly but surely. It's not very exciting. So anybody that managed to watch the stream later, or if you're listening at all, this is not very exciting stuff, but it's necessary. Okay. See, at least ChatGPT knows when to stop. Grok does not let you do that. At least Grok 3 doesn't let you do that. Okay. Okay, so what am I looking for right now? I'm looking for this because I gotta go through these now. Okay, so let's go back to our thing here. A channel is back resort to Max. People have disappeared. Was there a chief advisor to King Hubert after nothing prepares to get help? Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. Okay, this is kind of where I had the problem before. This would almost be a cutscene too, right? This says prepares to get help, and then this says gets external help. Here it gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. It's like I don't know exactly where to place it. The reason I put this prepares thing here is because you're gonna start out at his house, and so you're gonna be looking at the hat room, you're gonna be looking at the spell book, you're gonna be looking at I don't know if you'd be getting supplies. No, no, no. Prepares to get help and then brings in John. But that's technically what this is. This is actually the part where John comes in. And this is the part of Hubert doing it. So if Hubert does it, then Hubert should be over here, right? Should be up here. That's how I should do it. Um, should I just leave these as is, and then later on I could switch it around, add pages as I see it? I won't need to keep these in an order later because I'll just be able to insert, And here, if I insert, I have to give it a different number or add a number or whatever. Um, and the numbers are just for my own purposes. So that is the question. Interesting. I may take my break at 1:30, maybe. Um, okay, I guess let's just go on. Let's table that for a second. Or maybe these should be separate pages, though. Maybe this should be the first page, and then this part is the second page. Prepares to get help. Because he's going to have to do a lot more. Somehow he's going to have to be able to send. Now, if John was the point of view character and Hubert wasn't a player character, I might just start this with John. It might just start straight up when he gets the ticket. But even that would still be there'd still be a cutscene in the beginning. So it's like should I do that? No. It would actually, what it would actually be is, well, I can just do cutscene pages anyways. It doesn't have to matter if it's hero or villain, right? Here, let's see something here. And maybe I should really look into the scene changes. Let's see if there's places other that I can do scene changes here, right? I must go and get help. And then this would be its own page, even though it's one line, which I have to think here. Um, let's see. On his way home from work, stops in the store, gets his favorite candy bar, silver ticket inside, looks at the silver ticket, has some words in fine print. Portal opens, John steps through the portal. See, this is one location. Here's the store, right? So maybe I should really do it by location. Somewhere in the Kingdom Chester, friendly dragon lands at the entrance of the caves of Dragonmount. It doesn't really matter what the caves are named. They're dragon caves, basically, where he lives and where his friends are. and he lands at the entrance of the caves, walks around the cave system trying to find his friends. Now that could actually have separate locations in there. Then leaves, flies around looking some more. So these two are the same location. They're in the caves. This one's flying around. This one's a village. Then he goes back to searching. See, I'm wondering if I should like break these up to even more pages. Some of these. If I do it solely by location, that's gonna be more pages to make though. But what if I break it up solely by solely 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 by location?
You need to bring a box in to do.
Hold on. I'm gonna take my break. Um, now, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'll be back about 2 my time, so about 30 minutes from now. So, yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take my break. I'll see you on the other side of the break. Okay, I am back, guys. Or one person, if or any persons, I don't know. When watching, I guess it's just me. It's me with me. Back from the break, back from the dead. Alrighty. Godot. Okay. Alright. Godot is, they keep on having their release candidates or whatever, and it's just popping out. Okay. So, um, I forget what I was wanting to help with here. Let's see. I was thinking. Let's see. Many people have disappeared, including both citizens and terrorists. And tourists. Wizard, the chief advisor to the king, prepares to get help. Okay. Um, how was I deciding to do this? Should solely by location. I should say solely by scene change. Enter. Okay. We'll see what it says. Like I said, I mean, I might should just stop with this. Like I have other conversations that are going on. Let's. I'm waiting for what it says, and I don't know if there's anybody in here still. Message. Oh, hello, Anthony Drakeford. I don't know if he's still in here, but if you are, welcome. If not, that's cool because I was gone for about half an hour. I usually have to take a break in between, and I try to get three to 4 hours depending on the day and what's going on. Clear progressive, easier transition, less overwhelming branching early on, possible challenges. Villain cutscene seed placement. If the villains are in a separate location, when do their scenes trigger? Decisions must be handled later. The scene-based choices made earlier will have to be accounted for in later scenes. Gripping villain scenes, you create a new page in the CYOA format whenever the scene shifts. For example, Forest Clearing, John meets Hubert. Inside the night school, John investigates. Scene Werewolf Village. Scene Max's Castle. Spin new pages the player clicks on when they come up rather than being patched separately. But you still want villains seen separate or just placed in the sequence as they happen. Um, um, if it involves a scene change, then uh, probably separate. Um, they'll just be like I said earlier, just um, just a um. Is anybody still watching or listening? Just curious. I don't get that many anyways, but now right now there's only one on the YouTube count, and then one in the YouTube live control panel in OBS. So that means it's probably just me. So if it's just me, it's just me. That's all right, I guess. They'll be just like I said, just a continue instead of a choice. So still like cutscene pages, but maybe not all on the same page. Yeah. I don't know if it's just because they limit the free version, because maybe they prioritize people that are on GPT Plus, right? I mean, I guess that's what I do if I was trying to make money. I prioritize them. So the times that it's busy, I would get less time, which means it would take longer for it to go through the conversation and to generate an answer. So that makes sense. Each villain scene gets its own page when the scene change happens. Player simply clicks continue to move forward. This keeps the flow consistent, still giving insight into what the villains are doing. So villain scenes are treated like any other scene change, both without choices. Instead of lumping all villain actions in one forest clearing, Max's castle, night school, werewolf village, Violet's lair, pacing feels natural. Uh, would you want some villain scenes to be skippable? Or are they all mandatory? Mandatory continue pages, since this is not a real time um, game. Um, players don't need to skip anything. In other words, you're just reading, so you're not going to need to skip. Okay. Oh, that's right. Keep forgetting that this is the one that I actually uploaded my document to, and so that's why this stops the chat. If you're just doing a regular chatting and it uses the 4.0, it uses the free thing, and then it drops down to mini or whatever it is, it will automatically jump to that in the yeah. Anyways, that's actually quite all right. Quite all right. No notifications. That's cool. I guess I don't need to do anything. Actually, let's go ahead and resend. Got conversations. Let's go ahead and put this in there. Copy, paste, paste and go. Um, wait. Go all the way down here. Um, so I decided to just batch them up and not give them names at this point. And I was batching them to match characters, but now I'm thinking of doing it for scene change. I also had an issue where I was deciding how to handle the villain scenes, because you won't actually be playing the villains, at least not yet. In actuality, I had originally wanted you to play the villain's side as well, just to give more depth. But not ultimately affecting the outcome of the story. And then later decided I would leave the villain scenes or pages like they're grouped and just having like a continue where they wouldn't have any choices, sort of like a cut scene. And also, I'm still thinking about allowing villains as playable characters, but I figured I could do that later, probably in a different phase. The batching by scene changes instead of a great pivot, it aligns your earlier instinct to mark page breaks with location shifts, and it keeps the structure clean and cinematic. No names for now. Makes sense so you can focus on grouping the events and adding titles later when the flow's locked in. Your villain scene's dilemma is juicy. It's my villain scene's dilemma is juicy. How about that? Juicy? What? Uh. Okay. Thanks, Brooke, for listening. Anyways, uh, it's kind of too bad that Anthony Drakeford or Shadow left. I wonder if that person, that Anthony Drakeford, saw me on Discord or on X or something else. It would be kind of somewhat interesting to find out. So, it was just I was on break, and so you gotta have breaks, and so I guess if I lose a viewer or a listener, then that's the way it's got to be. Okay, so I love that you originally wanted to play the villain side for depth. It gave a cool dual perspective. I like seeing Max's moves while the heroes scramble. I'm still considering allowing you to play the villain's parts. Um, so they'll have puzzles and stuff, right? They'll have to do things. They'll have to go get something or whatever, and you'll have puzzles and things that they do to get to their parts. They'll just ultimately lose because they're the villains. So, but I was thinking that I mean it would help if you're playing a game like this and you played it. It would give you kind of that depth, sort of like a book. And I don't mean the choose your own adventure part where you're reading text, like when it's done, when it's a point and click interactive deal. But it would still give you that depth. Why? Because now you have that perspective. Now you have that dual perspective thing. You'll be able to see the motivations for the villains, and you'll see what the heroes have to overcome and whatever. So yeah. Okay, so shooting like cutscenes fits your whole vibe. Events 1 through 3 is a setup reel that lets you sprinkle in villain moments between hero beats. Leave them door open for playable villains in later phases. Smart too. In this linear book version, you can keep the non-interactive just advancing with continue, maybe numpad 1 to press to keep it simple. Well, yeah, it's going to be like that anyways, because right now I don't have it's not a link or nothing. It is literally the numbers 1 through 9 is your choices, and so that's literally going to be the only choice. 1 continue, and then 0 is always exit. Okay, so close people out and continue. Hubert preps up choices, craft a magical ticket, etc. John Scene. Are you picturing total with this location-based batching? I can paste the current outline divided into pages right now. Um, um, Before I actually divide it further. Right now it's 62 pages, but this will probably make it more and will be more work for me. Also, the villains pages will act the same way, just a continue, but every scene change. What was I gonna say? Also, act the same way, just continue, but every scene change. Um, Paste it whenever you're ready, and we can chew on how it might split it further. Scene changes going from 62 pages to more stricter location. So, I'm not actually ended up limiting anything. Once you share, I can toss out ideas. Yeah, actually, it could help me, I suppose, right? Um, that's kind of what I wanted to when I was uploading my notes to Chat GPT. Here, let's do something here. Copy. And let's go back to Grok and just go ahead and paste it. I don't know why it's pasting this other crap here though. So let's just back it up. Back that thing up. There. Kind of a long text. It's not 300 lines though. It's probably nothing for these AIs anyways. And I'm doing it in the chat. I'm not, huh. The little thing is updating right properly. Anyways, wow, this 62-page outline is packed with action and intrigue. Love how it's shaping up. You got a sprawling cast, wild mix of locations. Um, Batching by scene changes instead of characters will definitely bump up the page count, but it'll sharpen the focus and make each shift pop. With the villain pages, as continue only cutscenes, you got to clear. Um, Current state 62 pages. Uh, Page 1 sets up the world. Page 2, here it brings in John in. Candy bar movement. Okay. 62 pages with 3 to 4 events each. Some, like page 2 or page 19, cram in more transitions. Switching to strict scene changes will split those into multi-location pages, likely to push you past 100 pages. More work, like you said. But it'll make the CYOA feel snappier. Yeah, and it won't necessarily be harder, but it'll be a lot. I mean, I literally have to take and I have to copy. Once I copy, I have to actually go in there and I have to actually add the text into the dealie. So I have to do this for 100 and however many. Um, Here's how the opening might break down cutscene. Sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. Figure named Max systematically closed down the resort. Many people have disappeared, including both citizens and tourists. Location, kingdom overview, continue. Um, Page 2. The wizard and chief advisor of the king Hubert, after noticing who was acting strangely, prepares to get help. Location, wizard's tower room. And actually, it's right. The wizard tower is actually his house, but it actually is able to infer kind of the correct thing. After noticing his acting, prepares get help. Location, choices, craft magical ticket, scout the borders, consult the king, that sort of thing. Okay, page 3. Here we get external help by bringing in John, a young man. Location, Earth store, choices 1, pocket the ticket. Okay, page 4, page 5. Okay, just these first 5 events jump from 2 pages to 5. Extrapolating across your 62 pages, you could easily hit 120 to 150 pages depending on how granular you get. Villain pages, stay cutscenes, splitting each new spot, max out the show, max out the mines, etc. John's landing after pocketing the ticket, page 3 above. John portals to the train cabin, page 4. Then page 4 is crashed, current page 4. Dumps him in the leafless forest with Ebert. That's his Enchanted Lands entry. Pretty dramatic. It's a solid hook. Earth to train to forest, all in quick succession. Thoughts? 62 pages, too chunky. Some feel right. Page 1 is a cutscene, but others, page 2, 19, um, mash too many locations. Scene based splitting will stretch it out and but clarify the journey. Villains later, keeping them non-playable now is wise. Focus on heroes. Max's side as replay workload. Yeah, more pages. What do you think? Split everything by scene now, or test it on a chunk first? That's how the forest landing for, and how's the forest landing for John sitting with you? Okay. Um, this actually I can kind of get it to do the work, but I think the way I want to do it, I'm gonna ask it to I'm gonna ask it to identify the pages that have multiple locations that need to be changed, that need to be fixed or whatever, updated. Um, and he I'd say he, maybe I always say he, maybe a woman, if she was asking Grok something, assume it was female, you know. I'd say he. um I wonder if I should ask it to assume the role of uh being male, so that the way I talk to it is like how I talk to a guy anyways, or something. It doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter. But when I say he, sometimes, because I'm naturally just going to do that, I'm going to impugn. In fact, I already think he sounds like a he. He sounds like kind of. He's got an attitude, and I don't necessarily mean like a snarky, bad way kind of attitude, but like. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. Let's get back into it here. Um, okay, so 62 pages. Um, Matt. Hey, Matt. Uh, Thanks for joining, even if it's just for a minute or two, or whatever. Yeah. Um, I don't expect there'll be a lot of viewers until, well, partly I think once I start uploading the updates, I think I'll get more people that ways. Because they'll look at it, and then maybe they'll check out a few of the streams, and then when they see me on stream, maybe they'll come in and watch. But the other thing is kind of what I don't know how to pronounce this. Kahan. Uh, I don't think he's watching, but what Kahan said about adding visual stuff. My I'm my drawing, my art skills are not horrible. They're not programmer. They're not stickman, but they're in no way art. In other words, uh, you know how you look and you see some artists on X or whatever, it doesn't really matter, and they sketch some stuff up and it just looks really cool, and it looks like they've been studying all their lives and stuff. Yeah, I'm not that. So whenever you see my stuff will probably looks funny. Some of it will look like a little kid drew it, and sometimes it won't. Maybe, but I guess I could be okay at art. So I might start in the near future. I might start actually sketching stuff related to the game. Maybe a key location, or maybe a character or something. Um, I'll be good at copying. I could copy things all day, but drawing stuff from memory, I have a hard time with that. And plus, I have a hard time with my drawing tablet now, especially because I haven't actually like written or drew in a while with like a stylus. You know, I've dabbled every so often on my tablet. You know, I write my name sometimes. I write notes occasionally, but I don't. I haven't done it for a while, so I tend to kind of end up, you know, doing claw fist, you know, on my pencil or pen or something. So yeah, so it's kind of still kind of hard for me to do anything that looks any good on any of these things now. And but I suppose I should probably start to do it. And also I should probably do a thing where I can find a way of progressing. You know how they say in the YouTube videos that you should always improve yourself. Like each video, you should improve something about that. You know, improve your writing, improve your delivery, your effects, your editing, or whatever, and just like you know, and you know, find something that is kind of lacking and improve on it. Well, I have to do the kind of the same thing with drawing. Like I need to draw something and then try to I need to have something that I can say this represents what I want. In other words, like I do some sketches of some character of a character, and then maybe deciding on how a character looks. Maybe I try different variations, even though they don't look very good. But then I actually decide on something, so I actually have something to work from. In other words, showing that I'm actually making progress. Uh, it'll be a lot harder to do that with the art, though. So, anywho, I'm gonna try to incorporate audiovisual stuff in development, and I know like Phase Four has some basics things where I put I'll put like an image. It'll be like maybe a thumbnail. Well, it might be bigger than a thumbnail image, but it'll be a small image that is sitting on one side or the other of the text, and it'll be kind of sketchy. It'll look probably as crappy as my yeah. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I got is it on my thank you screen. Thank you. Okay, you can see uh if you if you notice here on the thank you screen. Now I've messed with it a little bit so that the words kind of pop out a little bit more. But this is you know kind of how crappy my original art is, right? This was off of a tablet and a few years ago now, though, of course. But you can notice um, you can notice how sketchy that is. Um, Now, what was I saying? Um, about how good my art is. Um, Anyways, it's like it's all gonna look kind of like that. I mean, it's not gonna look that great, but I have to start somewhere. I have to do it. I have to make sure that I've got some progress kind of made. I decided something or whatever, you know. Anyways, let's go back to it. Can you list out the page numbers that have scene changes in them that I need to um, split up? Just the page numbers that need it. Sure, I'll scan your 62-page outline and then list the page numbers where multiple the sync happen in a single page. Um, Village cutscene. Villain cutscene pages with shifts will get flagged too since you're splitting those at scene changes with continue. Okay, let's see. Actually, that's not. Well, I'm not saying it's not that many pages it's going to end up as. It's not that many pages that need Earth Store to train cabin, right? Yeah, I see it. Okay. Um, okay, 35 pages. Page 5, Zanzibar escaping police, so they'd stay intact, splitting those 35 roughly 2 to 3 each. You're pushing to 1 to 130. Actually, I'd like to focus on the page 2 change. If you notice, yes, it's a scene change, but I also have them split along those lines. So he enters the portal and ends up on a train. But the scene on the train the scene on the train is actually on a different page. So when I'm looking for scene changes for split ups, I mean scene changes within a page. For instance, actually, let me look that up. Let me actually look up one where it's actually what I'm talking about. This is the thing too that I heard about when doing prompts back in the day. What I mean is like a couple of years ago, I'd be watching these tutorials about how to write prompts, and one of them said that it does a lot better if you can kind of give it an example. So I was asking it one time, Chat GPT one time, to something about listing out the song, list out the notes in a song, a certain song, and somehow it couldn't do it or it didn't do it correctly or whatever. And what I said is, what I mean is, if I want you to, uh, type the letter, list out the letters A, B, C, A, C, E, that sort of thing. And I gave it an example about how to do it, and then it was able to produce what I was talking about. So this is kind of the same way. So let's look at, let's see, helps her account, then hides in her handbag in bat form. Okay, so scene 50. Okay, scene 50. We'll go with that. Um, wait, where's Grok? Okay. So, I mean, scene changes within a page. For instance, page 50 has, what did I say? What did I say? What did I do? Okay, 50. Okay. Returns there. Actually, okay, copy. Actually, it should be able to tell me 50. Princess Prep Fairy God College Library Book. Is actually correct. In other words, these Princess Prep Fairy God College Library Book all happen within page 50, whereas getting on the train happens at the end, and it switches to the inside of the train on another page. And actually, I don't know if it maybe it didn't get incorrect because it says he sees a beautiful woman or something, and so maybe it's going. Uh, I see what you're saying. You know, page two. I'm trying to tell you, page two has a built-in location change in the page because he sees the beautiful woman on the train, and that's inside the train, not at the store. Switch to the inside. I wonder why it's having trouble, or if it's just because of what they're allocating to the free accounts, you know, non-premium accounts. I almost kind of wish that they'd tell you like it had a meter like waiting, you know, or something. See what you mean? You're looking for pages with internal scene changes, multiple distinct locations on the same page, not just pages that transition to the next one's location at the end. So page two doesn't count as needing a split because the scene change is already handled by the page break. John steps through the portal at the end of page two. Page four picks up inside the train. Page 50, though, is a perfect example. It comes uh, let's refine this list. I'll only flag pages where multiple distinct locations. Scenes. I wonder. I wonder what that's about. Scenes there. I don't know if you are looking at that, but happen within the page text, not where the change aligns with the next page's start. Okay. Now we're down to 29, and that's fine. With internal scene changes, page two's off the hook since the train switch happens at the page break. A few others, like 4 to 18, are dropped off too. They transition at the end, not mid page. Spreading these 29 could add 1 to 3 pages, 90 to 120 ish. You want me to split page 50 as an example since you flagged it, or pick another from the list to test the waters? Um, let's see. It doesn't really need to do that. I mean, I guess I could get it to do that. Um, um, I wonder if I should ask it to do the whole thing itself, and then yeah, I wonder if I should ask it to do the whole thing itself to actually split this up, um, and just printing out uh, the lines exactly. Let's see. Um, as a test, yes, do page 50 so I can see what it looks like. Then I'll have it go in and do all of them, depending on how it does it. We'll just see. Because it might try to add these choices, and I don't want it to do that yet because I'm not doing that yet. It's going to be all linear until I decide I want to do it. And I guess this would also kind of help making sure that it doesn't seem like an AI wrote it because the way I set it up. So this will actually be good if you can do it properly. Uh, Here's the original text for reference. The Count makes a deal with the princess to help him find a mate. Uh, if he helps her with finding the princesses, the Count then hides in her handbag in his fat form. Princess goes back to Princess Prep, sees a note to go to Fairy God College with the password, and returns there. Princess gets into Fairy God College with the password, and then she has to throw her bag into a box. The princess is then taken to the library as the box with her handbag goes into another room with an incinerator, And yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that a statement of fact was there. I mean, it's not exactly necessary, but it is because when we're with the count uh, in the incinerator room, um, she asked to grab some books and opened. And actually, I might actually change that. Instead of putting incinerator, actually, um, uh, yeah, somebody else reacted to my Discord thing when I posted, which is cool. So that means people are looking at it. That's pretty cool. I did actually put the screenshot. The only screenshot I have, I actually can show. I can actually show it to you. Um, which is this because it's not gonna look, it doesn't look any different than this. The 3D, these 3D boxes in the background is because I'm gonna be working in 3D space eventually. And so I just put the text overlay and I put something in the background. It didn't have to be anything special or look like anything. It's just there because eventually, firstly, I'm going to use 3D sprites so that they have 3D space, so I get automatic parallaxing when I move the camera. And then secondly, is I'm going to make the backgrounds. They're going to be 3D models painted to look like hand painted backgrounds. So and anywhere that needs to be hand animated, even stuff like opening doors and things might be they might be 2D animations, maybe. I haven't decided. I haven't really decided what's where the cutoff is. What's going to be 3D and what's not. I might not do that because it's still a background. In other words, you in a cartoon you might have to paint each frame and as a cell, and it would almost have to look a little bit like the background, like when they show closed door, and it has a really nice painterly look to it, and then but then when they open it, they switch back to it, and it's actually a cell, and it's kind of flat shaded and stuff, and so sometimes it takes it out, but so I might just leave everything that's part of the background as a 3D object. Anyways, so yeah, this is what it looks like. I could show you in game right now, but I have to pull up Redot, and I don't really need to do that just to show you the image here. Okay, so has to grab some book. Okay, this page is for distinct locations, wherever the count and princess make their deal. Unspecified, likely bats in the belfry from prior context. Yeah, they're at this point. They are at the bats in the belfry. In fact, most of the time, I was gonna make Scarborough Fair kind of this big meeting place. It was gonna kind of be a big deal because it's a kind of a joke. It's like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it's called Scarborough Fair Chicken, so it's SFC instead of KFC, and um, Scarborough Fair Chicken. Scarborough Fair, it's like that old poem. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Well, the idea is that these are spices used. These are the spices used in Scarborough for chicken, and then I was going to even have advertisements, and they do everything through Magic Mirror, so it's kind of like TV, sort of. They can also do calls, Magic Mirror calls. So they kind of have modern conveniences, but have a lot of it's done with magic. So you can still fit it within a medieval kind of atmosphere. Like electric lights. It wouldn't have electric lights. It'd have candle power or something. But you could use magic to make everything bright, brighter or something, that sort of thing. Okay, so this page 46 location, wherever the count and princess make their deal. Bats in the belfry. Okay, that's all right. Princess prep. She goes back, finds the note. Fairy God College entrance. Uses password. Tosses bag. Library inside Fairy God College. Inside the book. 2 sub shifts. Yeah. Yeah. The inside the book would not be because you're not going to show the inside the book, so that's not actually going to be a deal. Here, let's see what it comes up with first. Uh, Clear location since the hero page. I'll add choices 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna have it add page choices because I'm not doing choices on this first pass. It's going to be like a book, so it's going to be completely linear. Um, but it'll have like a name instead of like continue. You have continue with the villain ones because they're not going to a location, but you have with the hero ones because they're actually going to distinct locations. Anyways, at the Betson Belfield Hotel, the Count makes a deal with the princess to help her find the missing princess if she helps him find a mate. The Count then shrinks into his bat form and hides in her handbag. Location: Betson Belfry Hotel, assumed from page 49 context. Choices: head to Princess Prep, ask the Count more about princesses, check the hotel for clues. Choice 1 leads to the next scene. Um, yeah, so head to Princess Prep, right? Okay. Um, Actually, you know what? I can also get it to do the naming too. Because, okay, so like this one, head to Princess Prep, right? That's going to be the only choice at this point right now. Um, and then later on, I'll figure out if I want more choices right in here. If he's supposed to ask and talk about stuff. Um, but it's always the first choice is always the one that goes to the next page, right? Choice one leads to the next scene. Text: the princess goes back to Princess Prep, her old school, with the Count tucked in her handbag. She spots a note pinned to the gate. Meet at Fairy God College. Password Wishbone. She tucks the note away. Location: Princess Prep. Choices. Okay, I get how it's doing it. I don't want it to go that deep into it. I want it to do it just as I have in there. 50D. Yeah. Okay. Six original page, 6 events, 4 locations, 1 page, split version, 4 pages, 1 2 events, a single distinct location. Okay. Um, Let me trick anything. Actually, this is going to deep because I'm planning on adding details and choices. Because I'm planning going too deep because I'm planning on adding details and choices uh, afterwards. So afterwards, and I guess it could do. I know it's doing A, B, C, and D, but it's actually going to end up. I'm going to actually just want them numbered as pages. Um, what I want is exactly what I wrote on each page divided by the theme changes. Um, yeah. Okay. So it's assuming. Uh, it's assuming that we're going to go into the book's world, and we probably will because we're going to need to show going through to do that. But I don't have that up there as a page or as a thing in there. She's just sucked into the book, and then she's trapped there. So anything that I want to do later, I can do later. Um, the We don't need a sub location change inside the book. I will add that, but I will add that later. Because I will have to show what happens to her. But for right now, just what I've written in the outline as it is. No extra choices, I do like the first choice idea, meaning go to princess prep as choice number 1, but at this stage, I just want it divided into pages. So whenever there's a scene change within a page, I just want it, I would just want the exact line or lines in that page. Further, I want to reorder the pages to account for the new scenes. So pretty much listed how I have it in the original list, but now with more pages indicating the location changes. Uh, Whenever there's a scene change, I just want the exact line or lines in that page. Further, I want to reorder the pages to account for the new scenes, so pretty much listed how I have it in the original list, but now more pages indicating location changes. Page 58, the account makes a deal. Princess go back to Princess Prep. Let's get to the Fairy God College. I'll split all 29 pages with internal scene changes from your list using only exact text and renumber everything sequentially. Villain pages get to continue. Um, 2, here we get external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. John looks at the silver ticket, says some words, and fine print. The portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin. Okay, that's cool. Cutscene. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the entrance to the caves. Actually, it's assuming that some of this is dragon is a cutscene. Chester walks around the cave system. Okay, let's see how many pages it comes up with total. So like, what does it say? Like 130 or something? 141? Okay. Um, okay. 2 to 4 with pages without internal shifts. Uh, kept your original sequence, just renumbered the slot in the new pages. You can add choices later. Any pages recombined or tweaked. Okay. This is good actually. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna be, yeah. Maybe I can get this done today. Okay. Um, Chester walks around the cave system, then leaves and plays around looking for some more. Cutscene. Cutscene. Okay. Okay. So let's assume the hero pages are not cut scenes. For instance, Chester. In fact, the heroes are as follows. John Hubert says Karen, Count, Roland. She got everything. Sir William, the unicorn. And Chester. Nestor is more or less an NPC. NPC, or you could consider Chester and Nestor as the same character. Okay, okay. So, right, that's all I got. I think that's all the heroes I got, right? Like the main heroes? The cook is definitely an NPC, and so are most of the guards. The villains are as follows: Max, Violet, Red, Kurt, Barty, King of the Gnomes, the Black Knight, Crooktooth, Crooktooth is almost an NPC, see, again. And actually, Crooktooth is a special case. He acts more like an NPC, but he's important in the fact that he enchants the other dragons. Dragons. But then is also the Black Knight's aerial mount. I might have to add some might have to give a plot to Rottweiler, Thorn, who else? Okay, wait. Barty the Gnomes, Crooktooth, and Zanzibar the Great. The rest of the villain NPCs are Rottweiler, Thorn, Rottweiler and Thorn, I guess. Thorn, some random guards. I think that's it. Okay. Right. John, Hubert, Princess Karen, the Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's actually villains. Playable cutscenes. Max, Violet, Red, Kurt, Barty, King of the Gnomes, the Black Knight, Crooktooth. The potential plot: Zanzibar the Great. NPC is the cook, Nestor, separate. Rottweiler, Thorn, Sort of Guides, etc. Opted marking the hero pages as an interactive, no cutscene label, implying choice 1 advances. Villain pages as cutscene with continue. Chester's pages. Crooktooth's role is tricky. I'll keep them cutscenes for now. We can tweak it later. Cutscene. Channel lands Mackle's resort, sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. The figure named Max has systematically closed. So this is actually the cool part to me about the AI. Is now it keeps coming up with its own stuff. I mean, they try to make it act like a human, and so it comes up with its own story points, its own whatever, you know. And to some extent based on what I say or don't say. In other words, you start out in Hubert's home, and what Grok said was the wizard tower, you know, and whatever the else he said. But so in other words, it got the right idea. It didn't get exactly what I would say because I didn't tell it that he has a house or whatever, right? But this stuff that I'm doing here is I'm having it do exactly what I want him to do, but he's doing kind of the hard work of splitting stuff up that I don't have to do it manually, right? Although it could be taking just as long doing it this way as than it does me doing it manually. Because manually I just look through them and I just do it, right? So this might take as long, I don't know. Figure named Max systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including both citizens and tourists. The wizard chief advisor to the king Hubert, after noticing he was acting strangely, prepares to get help. Continue. Hubert gets external help by bringing John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. Okay, so this is not its fault either, and this is something that I was still having a problem with. Because your first interactivity is this line up here. And in other words, you're going to be set in Hubert's home, and so um, I'll probably be describing the preparation stuff in his home. So that's going to be a location, right? Um, okay, so let me go through the rest and see if I can identify stuff. So in my thing, what would happen is this line would actually be part of page 2. This part gets external help by bringing in John, young man from our realm. So this is actually the process of somehow getting him the ticket or the candy bar, right? Getting him the ticket. The ticket's in the candy bar, so somehow getting him the candy bar, whatever I decide later. And this is the process of getting ready to go do that. So these should be in both in the same deal because they're in the same location. I don't think Grok knows that because I haven't really mentioned his home and I haven't mentioned that much. Okay, that's okay though. John looks at the silver ticket, says some words in fine print, and the portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin where he sees a beautiful young woman. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester, friendly dragon, lands at the entrance of the cave of Dragon Mount. Chester walks around the cave system trying to find his friends. Chester then leaves, flies around looking some more. Now, as far as pages, these two can be combined for one thing. These are both in the caves. He lands at the cave. He's in the cave. Now he's leaving the cave. Okay, and then I'll decide how to add choices in here somehow, like where he goes to next. Maybe they'll have some locations that he goes to. I'll have to come up with this, right? Because everything's not fully formed yet. Okay. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester the friendly. Okay. Chester sees a village being burned down by a friend. See, this is a different location, right? So he's flying around, and then he has this location. So that's fine because that's an actual scene change. For the other dragon to could recover, Chester flies back to his cave to pick up a few shining objects. Then goes out again, search for more friends. Okay, so it's still kind of getting the scene transitions wrong, sort of. And I don't know if it's because it can't do it, or if it's because I don't give it enough information, maybe, or maybe it's just from what I wrote here. There's not enough to infer the exact correct thing. Okay. On the train, a beautiful woman is kidnapped, and the train captain starts stumbling, causing John to fall. John awakens in the forest without leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here and helps find him a way to Janet Land's clothes. Okay, yeah, and that's right. Cutscene. Okay. Maybe I should just do it. Handle these in. Here, I'll type these first several lines here. Um, in scene one. Okay, so one thing I forgot to mention to you is that you start at Hubert's home. Hubert's home. Uh, we'll call it the halfway house as a pun on his name, which is Hubert Halfway, and which is Hubert Halfway. Okay. So, at the end of scene one, the wizard and chief advisor to the king, etc. Do dot dot dot. It should know what I'm talking about when I do that, right? Ellipsis. The wizard and chief. And actually, this can be lowercase because wizard is not a title. It's just a. Okay, the wizard and chief advisor to the king, right? Um, should be in scene two as his home is a new location. So the first three lines are the cut scene, and the fourth line is part of scene two. Also in scene two is Hubert Hubert gets external help at the dot. Here, let's take this comma out. Dot, dot, dot. Okay, Hubert gets external help. Because it's the same location. In that, he's going to figure out a way to get the candy bar to him, to John. Okay, and then while on his way home from work, dot dot dot, is a new location. So that should end up in see that should end up in scene 3. Okay. As the first line, with the remaining 2 lines in scene 3 as is. Scenes 4 and 5 should be the same scene. While granted, an animation might play for scene 4, it's one location or one scene. It's since they're actually at the same location. He stops. He lands at the mines, at the caves. Lands at the caves. Walks around searching for his friends, and yes, probably split up later when after I got this initial phase done. Searching for his friends, then leaves. Okay. Scene 6. Should probably be needs to be split up, but I also need to fix the second line vent. Because it's actually two separate actions. So line so scene 6 needs to be split up between Chester sees a village ... Um, plus before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his cave. Notice I didn't put an ellipsis here because I'm actually indicating that it's its own statement. Ellipsis, okay. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that double quote there. Because I'm actually indicating its own statement. Then the next scene would be numbered as 7 in the next version of the list. Would be Chester picks up a few shiny objects and then leaves again to search some more. Okay. Uh, 7 is good. That is current version of 7. And 8 is fine the way they are. Zanzibar. 9 and 10 are just fine. Fine. So I guess what I'll do is, so this is probably the last question I can ask or something before it stops, in which case I'll literally have to stop. So could you fix all of those, making sure everything is renumbered before I go on? I got it. Let's tweak those early pages with the new details and renumber everything. You're starting at Hubert's home, halfway house. Great pun. Splitting page 1, so the first 3 lines are cutscene. Fourth moves to page 2 with Hubert's action, same location. Page 2, while on his way home, shifts to page 3. The new location, Earth Store. Pages 4 and 5 merge since Chester's at the cave. Drag him out for both. Page 6 splits with the second line being fixed into 2 actions. Village back to cave is 1 page. Picking up object, leaving as another. Pages 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 are now intact. I'll just renumber the full 141 page list, keeping your hero and villain labels. Here's the updated version. Awesome. See, this is great. I mean, even if it has to stop here, I can actually take this, and actually it's like it's almost time for me to quit. So at sometime really soon, Grok 3 is going to say I'm done with the free version for like 2 hours or something, and I'll be able to take this, and it'll actually be I'll actually have made my progress even though I'm not finished yet. So that's great. I like it. I like using the AI in this way too. Like I said, I like using it for helps. Eventually it's going to be able to just do everything and anything. You're gonna like I said, you're gonna want to watch a movie, and maybe you want to watch a western. I like to watch old 1930s westerns, like 1929. You could say that it's a 20s western, but most things before 1929 are silent. So I don't usually watch silent movies, or at least I haven't yet. Maybe in the future I will. But so I like these old 1930s westerns, and actually, my dad really likes them because he kind of remembers them sort of from his childhood and stuff. Um, because they used to actually show old westerns, like 20 years earlier westerns, on TV in like the 50s and 60s, and so I started watching them because he likes watching them, and so I kind of like them too. They're kind of cheesy. The ones I like are the B grade movies. The B movies, in other words, they don't have the big budgets and the huge amount of time. Sometimes these were done in weeks, um, and a lot of the cheaper production companies, um, like the Poverty Row Studios, like what became Monogram. Monogram, I don't know if it was considered a cheap one, but there's like Producers Release Incorporation. There's I don't know. There's several that they're actually cheap. So you can tell the acting is a little bit, it's sort of like when you watch an indie movie today versus a Hollywood movie, and the acting's not so great. It's kind of similar to that, but it's less so. And because I am you know, like 100 years in the future, watching this old stuff. I put my head space into that, and so it doesn't. Their acting isn't bad to me, even though I can tell it's not good acting. It but it's funny. You watch them and they're entertaining to watch. They're fun to watch. So I'm going to be at some point. I'll have watched all the 30s existing 1930s movies that are available for free, like on the internet. But we're going to have an AI, and I'm going to say, I want you to create a 1930s western starring Bob Steele, involving two ranchers that are on the verge of a ranch war or something. You know, this is a typical story from a 1930s western, and it's going to be able to create it as though somebody had filmed it from back then with whatever it's trained on now. So you'll be able to watch like a brand new movie, but it'll be like the same actors, you know, uh, and it'll be a movie like as if they had made it, but the AI would have made everything. You know, the characters, the story, the you know, based on what detail you gave it. You know, so you might come home and say, I want to see a you know a space opera, an hour and a half space opera, and then just let it go, and it will make Star Wars quality, and I mean like old Star Wars. I don't mean like bad Disney Star Wars. I just mean, you know, it'll make a space opera, um, you know, exactly like you want it. Say I want a cheap sci-fi from the '80s, and it'll just come up with one, and it'll be fine, and it will actually be good, and you'll be able to watch it. You know, so we're not going to need the AI is going to be able to do everything for you. But at this point, um, I'm making my game. I still want to make my game my way with my ideas, and I'm just using AI to help me. And this is the best way I like using the AI. Okay, so cutscene. In Shadowlands, magical resort sold to a mysterious figure, ruler of the kingdom. The figure named Max systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including both citizens and tourists. The wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert, after noticing his acting strangely, prepares to get help. Hubert gets external help, bringing John, a young man from our realm. 3. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin, and when he sees a young, beautiful woman. Okay, somewhere in the kingdom, Chester, friendly dragon, lands at the entrance of the caves. Drag him out. Chester walks around the cave system, trying to find his friends. Chester then leaves, flies around looking some more. Chester sees the village being burned down by a friend, rams in the dragon hard enough to stop him. Before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his cave. Chester picks up a few shiny objects and goes out again searching for more of his friends. On the train, the beautiful woman is kidnapped as the train cabin starts tumbling, causing John to fall. John awakens in a forest without leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help find out why Enchanted Lands is closed. Cutscene. In a realm, Zanzibar the Great, a magician, con artist, and thief, manages to escape the police and into the lands. And that is a scene. And then the new scene, Zanzibar then does a few tricks to first for the first locals he sees, then gets his crow corpse to steal from them. So this is he getting his first taste of actually conning people in Enchanted Lands. 11 Hubert's okay. All right, so I'm gonna go all the way down. It's got 1 through 10 correct, which is good. Um, I'm gonna go down here and see if we're at a stopping point according to. Um, okay. Split renumbering adjusted. Heroes, villains, cup attack. Let's line up. Ready to roll with it in Redot. Actually, no, because I got to go through the rest of them to see if he's got those right. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste this into the gist. I know it's like completely different, even format, but which is fine. I'm just going to copy this, and I might modify it. Well, I'm going to see if I can get another question in there. Copy, and let's go into this one. And so this is all going to be completely different. I'm going to go to Edit, go to Select All. I'm going to put, oh, select, wait, select all. Right. Oh, it's not doing that. I have to Control V, I think. Control V. Oh yeah, these are okay. And that's kind of weird. How come it's that's very weird. Let's see about Grok. Well, there's spaces in here, right? Let's do something else. I'll leave that like that. I want to see if okay, new paste. Oh, that's weird. 7, 8, and 9, 10 didn't have spaces in between. That's weird. Kind of. It's kind of weird. Let's huh. So weird. Not having the spaces in here. Okay, well, let's close that. Close without saving. Okay. And all right, let's just do it ourselves. It's kind of weird. It has something to do with how the yeah, this is gonna take forever, but I'll do it anyways because I want to save it. In fact, I'm about ready to quit now. Anyways, it's 5 minutes past 3:30, which I'm supposed to stop at 3:30 today. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I mean, I could ask Grok if it knows why it did this, but I have a feeling that I'm supposed to only be able to ask like 15 questions or something like that. So, 4, 45, 46, 47. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I mean, you can see it if you're actually watching the video. If you're just listening to it, I'm adding spaces because for some reason when I copied the text, only the first 7 scenes uh, had had spaces in front of them. You know, extra lines. Uh, so I'm gonna have to go through. This is cool. So I'll just do this and I'll update it so it's in there so that if Grok cuts me off, which I kind of almost suspect it will, um, then actually what I can do is I don't know what I was going to say, but I will probably I'll probably paste this into my notes, this one as is here, and then I'll probably also paste in the notes the question I was going to ask. That is, I'm going to go through the deals, and then on the next scenes, 98, 99, 100. Why do some of these have spaces and some of them don't? Get it? Kind of weird. 107, 108, 109, 10, 11, 12, 113, 114, 115, 16, 17, 18. That is What is... wait, oh. Well, that's interesting. There's ones that had spaces, and this has a space here, and this is not a space. In other words, if I do a space here, it's reordering the numbers. If there's if there's a blank number, that means that it went to a second line. So maybe some of these spaces are like lines. What do we got? That's... Oh, this is my original stupid... All right. Just delete these lines. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, these are actually the scene numbers here, right? Okay. Now I'm just going backwards, so you don't hear me talking. 135. These are just scene numbers. These aren't actual line numbers. They're like page numbers, whatever. I'm gonna have to check and see if it split those up properly. But I guess I'll have to do it later. 127, 126, 125, 124. There we go. We're almost there. 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, and I've already done 117. So, everything here is everything here. Okay, good. Alright. So, right now, what we have is we got 141 scenes, which is kind of interesting. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and update this as... Okay, actually... I see. It actually just inserted this into the deal. I was hoping that it would overwrite, but somehow it doesn't do that. This would be better in a text editor, though. Honestly, Control C. Let's actually open my notes here, so I can have it in my notes. Okay. We're just gonna call this revised outline grouping pages. In order to say Control V. No. Control Z. Select all. I can't copy them. How come I can't copy them? Okay, maybe I should copy it afterwards. What am I talking about? Update. Just. Now, of course, the revisions are going to be... I can copy that anyways. That actually works. Sounds like my coffee is over with. Oh, doggone you. Wants to paste in the whole, because it's whatever, rich text, open document format, or whatever. So it's going to put pictures and everything like a web page. Paste special unformatted text. Thank you very much. And we don't need this extra crap here. I forgot that it does that. Okay. Okay, let's go all the way back up. I'm just, right now, I am scrolling up through my notes where I pasted this. I just wanted to save this before I went to continue on modifying the... Okay, revised outline grouping pages. Okay, we're going to just save that. That's good. That's good. I like that. Okay, and then we're going to go back to Grok. And I'm going to go ahead and we are going to go all the way. That's weird. See, they have the spaces in there, but somehow the next line, new line or whatever, updated outline. Okay. Go to 10. 11. Hubert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U in Fairy God College. Okay. Yeah. And I don't know if I'll do it yet. I'll have to add it. They might go to Scarborough for chicken, so I can have a few more scenes in there. I might actually do that, but okay. Goes to examine Wizard U in Fairy God College. Okay. Near the dwarf mines, Roland approaches the entrance, stumbles out. Uh, Tell him his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay, so okay. 13 is not a cutscene or not considered one. So combine both 12 and 13. Okay. Into one scene. Alright. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and then gains entrance in the school. We could probably say 14 is okay because he's at the entrance. He does the stuff at the entrance, and then he's inside the grounds, so that's okay. Princess couldn't speak at Princess Pet, never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using real weapons, terrorizing small villages. Now, the okay, so this is not going to be a scene change. I might have like close-ups might be considered a scene change, but I'm not doing that here, anyways. 16. Okay. 14, 15, 16 is not a cut scene. Combine 16, 17, 18, right? And 18 as they're the same location. The statue and the reflecting pool. Okay. All right. The unicorn walks. Okay. 19. John sneaks into Princess Prep. Learns her first stop was supposed to be Grand Chanelanian. Okay. 19 looks okay. 20 cutscene. Zanzibar does some more shows. Max attending. That's fine. Max later finds money gone. Okay, that's fine. Chester manages to capture the few of his friends, try to break through from the enchantment. Tries to give them shiny gifts, then breathe fire on them, neither which works. That's correct. Desperate, Chester flies to Nestor's cave where Nestor is about ready to beat up Chester when he speaks. Nestor tells Chester that Crooktooth has enchanted the dragons to act hostile. Okay, that's alright. Hubert sneaks into Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and knows one is missing. Hubert leaves Wizard U, heads towards Fairy Guy College as the unicorn walks up to the doorway. Then the unicorn tries to push open the door but doesn't move and then gets running start and rams it with his horn. That's actually going pretty good. 26, the unicorn sees Hubert's painting in the Hall of Fame and then proceeds to find the library. After exploring the library, he finds a section called Curses, pulls off a few books with his horn. That's fine because that's where we're triggering scene changes in here. So he's going to be going to the library and then he's going to be going. He's going to head toward the library and then he's going to explore the library and books and stuff. Okay, that's fine. let's see. The unicorns. He's Hubert's. Proceeds to the library. Okay. Roland goes in the dwarf mines, and then from there finds a secret exit in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay, that's fine. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert Violet is back and forcing the students to become evil witches. Yeah, this is where I was going to do the thing of batching a few things up to keep the scene changes down, and I might still do that. I might do that after this to try to group a few things, just as long as it's not. It can be a thing that's not. I guess if it's a location change, it's a location change, so that's kind of different, right? Fair Guy College, Violet was back. Roland notices all the people working the mines, finally spots a giant chained to a smelter. That could actually be. Those could actually be in two things. Finds goes in the dwarf mines. I guess not. I guess this is when he's in the Gnome Kingdom here. Okay, so cutscene. Okay, so 30 and 31. Okay, 30 and 31. And 31 is not a cutscene, and 30 and 31 should be combined. Okay. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough for chicken at the Renaissance Fair. The Renaissance Fair is supposed to be that thing with the restaurants and hotels and things of that nature in the shops. We call it the Renaissance Fair. It's supposed to be kind of a joke, kind of a meta joke, you know. Renaissance Fair within a quote unquote Renaissance Fair, kind of technically, sort of. It's a joke. Since the princess was kidnapped, okay, these two are going to be combined, 32 and 33. Okay, I didn't really specify how he's going to contact him. Obviously, it'll probably be by magic mirror, so it's either got to be a magic mirror there at the chicken place, maybe it's a coin operated, right? I could do that. That would actually be funny. But he contacts his friend see if he can find the princess. So 32 and 33. 32 and 33 should be combined. Shoot, it's almost 4. I'm gonna have to close this up right here. The conversation link should be the same, but I'm gonna paste that in there in a little bit. Let's see, 33. Okay. Notice the page about transmogrification. Finds that it's featuring. Closing the book. Notice the picture appears to be the same wizard. Dust jacket reads. Okay, that's correct. That's F. starts losing his memory, no longer cares to go on. So yeah, this is like a scene that happens, and then he's in the forest wandering around, and then okay. Princess tied up to a wine cask and cellar managed to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter. Okay, 36 and 37 should be combined. 36 and 37 should be combined. A98K, yes, I am doing good today. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for saying hi. I'm actually almost ready to finish up here for the day because it's almost 4 o'clock. So, anyways, yeah, thanks for popping in, and you can come in whenever you want. I know India is like halfway around the world, so it's it's like late in the next morning for you or whatever. So that's cool. 36 and 37 should be combined. That's true because they're both in the wine cellar. Even if I have different pages, like the end of the wine cellar, there's going to be kind of scene switches in there, but it's not really a true location change, so I'm not going to count that. Forced upstairs, stumbles into a room with some maps and documents. That's fine. The Count comes back, tells Johnny and Hubert what he found. Okay. Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding and asks her to go to conscript the werewolves into the service. Red tells the werewolves led by Rottweiler not be rid of their curse by joining Max's army. Kurt and Rottweiler second in command meets Violet after remembering Red and Violet's rivalry. Violet agrees to help Kurt become the leader of the pack if Kurt eliminates Red. Okay, so Kurt goes to meet with Violet after remembering Red and Violet's rivalry. And okay, so 42 and 43 should be combined. Alright, 44, Zanzibar puts some tax money collected in his own pocket. Max finds out that Zanzibar is stealing from taxes, but doesn't know where Zanzibar hides it yet. Okay, that's alright. 46, Hubert and John go to the Grand Channelandian Hotel and arrive at the side door with some guards in the front. 46 and 47. Okay, 46 and 47, 6 and 47 should be combined. Okay. As I go into the kitchen. Okay. Alright. 48 is its own scene, that's fine. John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They try to walk out the side doors calmly and slowly. I'll let that pass because you're going from the cellar back into the into the kitchen, and so I'm gonna kind of go. Okay, I guess I'll let that slide. I'll let it slide. I'll see later if I want to fix it. Max uses Zanzibar shows to abduct more citizens when he's got. Then Max finds out where his stash is hidden. Yeah, that's probably all right too. 51 and 50, 50 and 51. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy this first. Copy. And in here, I'm just going to let's go all the way down the bottom, and I'm just gonna. Why did it not do it? Why? Copy. Paste unformatted text. Why is it not doing it? Control C. Control V. What is the problem? V. It will not copy. Cannot copy for some reason. That is so weird. Alright, well. Let's just go ahead and hit enter. Maybe I can copy it from here. Or maybe I don't need to copy it because maybe it's not done yet. But I'm going to be done here with this is my last thing. Okay, here's the revised outline. Alright, good, good. Okay. Alright, let's also do... Okay, let's go ahead and revise outline 2. Do that. Okay. Go ahead and copy all these. Yeah, I can see why some of these don't seem to have spaces or something. Well, that's taken a while to copy though, isn't it? I gotta get done right now. I gotta get done. Come on, hurry up. 130 something, whatever it said, 135 or something. Copy. What? Doggone it. Copy. Control V. C. Paste special, unformatted. I can copy this last line. Control C. Control V. No. Paste, unformatted. Alright, fine. 141 pages, new total. I will probably want to do more pages, but I have to go eat and stuff, so probably not until Monday. And I probably won't be on until Monday. So thanks for your help. Okay, this is probably the same. Let's see, let's go here. Is this the exact same 95171840890544605? It is. In fact, let's just do it like this. I know it's the same one, but we'll save it. Okay, so now the of this edit. See, some of these actually have here. 2, 3, 4. See, I don't know why do we do that? Why do I have to You know what? $17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 3, 54, 50, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. Got it. 83, 84, 85, 6, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. Where is, okay, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 120, 21, 22, 20. Oops. Control Z. 23, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 130. Wait a second. 130. Oh, come on. Where's Grok? Oh. How come that's 134 pages when it says 133? Uh, um, okay, 133 is fine. I don't mind the number of pages. Copy. Let's go over here. Right. Paste as plain text. Okay. Update public gist. Okay. And new total 134 pages. Why do I see 133 pages when you said there were 134? Come on, hurry up. I guess I could end the stream anyways, right? I should do that. I duplicated 28 in the summary. Okay. Correct reduction is still 7 pages, but I must have skipped a number in the final list. Let's recount pages manually. I spot the error. After merging, the numbering might have dropped a page due to type oversight. The content looks complete. All your events are there, but the final page number should be 130. It didn't fix it though. It just renumbered, right? Let's go all the way down. 33, 32, 29, 28. Um, where? Let's see something here. I'm not gonna worry about it that much. I'm gonna try to fix it later, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to 28 just to see if it just doubled 20. Huh. 12 and 13 went to 2 pages to 1. So 141, that makes it 140. That's 138. 2 to 1. 137. Merge into 1. 36. 35. 34. 33. Oh, I guess I'll deal with this later. It's not a big deal. I think I'll go back to the conversation. I'll check the conversation again later to see. Anyways, yeah. So I want to thank you guys for watching and got some good progress today. Not done with the fixing the renumbering and stuff, but should get that done sometime next week. And I'll probably see you tomorrow if you're interested in me editing in Blender. And so, yeah. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, if you're interested. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you then. Thank you for watching.